See if we can make a story out of EFSC potentially stopping the 22-game win streak.
Welcome to the Titan Softball Complex for today's game as Florida Southwestern faces your Eastern Florida State College softball team. And now let's meet the starters. First for Florida Southwestern. Leading off, playing center field, number 1, Shanita Tucker. Batting second and playing shortstop, number 11, Karis Platt. Batting third and playing left field, number 99, Sydney McCray. Batting fourth and playing first base, number 22, Carolina Figueroa. Batting fifth and playing right field, number 89, Laura Fina. Batting sixth and catching, number 21, Sitska Drivers. Batting seventh and the designated player, number 13, Jaden Goodwin. Batting eighth and playing second base, number 44, Maddie Golka. Batting ninth and playing second base, number 4, Felina Pope. And on the mound for the Bucs, number 18, Bella Sarja. The head coach of the Bucs is Robert Ian Murray. Assistant coaches are Kelly Coral, Brett Sauron, and Pat Corson. And now, the starting lineup for your Eastern Florida State College softball team. Leading off and playing center field, number 33, Rachel Lamoureux. Batting second, playing first base, number 13, Mackenzie Ford.
For
Catching, number 4,
13.
Sam
No.
Clark. Batting fourth in the designated player, number 9, Ava Bossani. Batting fifth and playing left field, number 11, Faye Campos. Batting sixth and playing shortstop, number 22, Gracie Snell. Batting seventh in the starting pitcher, number 15, Mandy Hackney Taylor. Batting eighth and playing right field, number 17, Courtney Stout. Batting ninth and playing second base, number 3, Marissa Shout. And playing shortstop, number 16, Sam Formosa. The head coach of the Titans is Shelby Paddock. Assistant coach is Carl Sardano. And now, please rise and move your hats as we play the national anthem.
And welcome in to Titan Softball Complex here in Melbourne, Florida on the Titan Sports Network. My name is Austin Dillingham. Alongside my broadcast partner, Parker Joseph, we are delighted to bring you the first leg of a doubleheader between the Eastern Florida State Titans, and they play host to the red-hot Florida Southwestern State Buccaneers, riding a 22-game win streak coming into today's action, Parker. Mandy Hetnemi Taylor will get the start for the home team Titans. She certainly got her work cut out for her, Parker.
Absolutely. This team hasn't lost since last month. It's been February 26th since Florida Southwestern Buccaneers have lost a game. So you know that the Titans have their work cut out for them today.
Absolutely. Starting lineups for the Titans include Rachel Lamoureux in center field. In batting second, we've got Mackenzie Four. Batting third, we've got Sam Clark. Batting fourth, Ava Bassani. Batting fifth, we've got Faith Campos. Batting sixth, got Gracie Snell. Number 7 in the order is your pitcher, Mandy Hednemi Taylor. Number 8 in the order is Courtney Stout. Number 9 in the order is Marissa Shout, and Samantha Formosa is the designated batter. Getting underway here for the first pitch. Shanita Tucker will get the action started for the Buccaneers, and we are underway. Strike right down the middle to start out the action.
Rachel Lamoureux is the one leading this one off. She has catcher capabilities, but she's playing center field today, and she also leads this team in batting average, so she's the perfect person for this team to have in that number 1 spot.
And Nemi Taylor, the leader in ERA for the Titans, as she records the first out, a ground out to third base. First out of the afternoon for the Titans. Good start coming up against a very formidable front end of the lineup for the Buccaneers. First pitch of the at-bat. Strike, pulls back. Ball. Karis
Mackenzie
Platt
Ford
at the plate.
Mackenzie Ford hitting .311. She's played tied for the most games in this team, tied with Trinity Howard with 38.
Shows bunt again. That is a strike, called strike by the home plate umpire.
Ford is also a massive slugger for this team. She has 3 of this team's 4 home runs.
Third. Stepping out of the batter's box is Platt. She will return for the fourth pitch of the at-bat. It's 1-2 count. Up and away for a ball. And Nemi Taylor's got some killer movement on that pitch. Call is strike 3 and 2 away quickly for the Titans. A great start for the home squad. Coming in on a 4-game losing streak. It's a doubleheader against the Bucks today, so we got 2 cracks at them. It's great to get your first 2 out, some of those nerves off of you.
Very important first 2 outs. This team as a whole hits .354, so you know that it's tough to get 2 outs in a row.
And looking through the lineup, not too many hitters throughout this Bucks lineup, batting under 300. I'm trying to spot the weakness in the lineup. I cannot find one. So, and Nemi Taylor certainly has her work cut out for her, but she is rising to the challenge here in the first top of the half inning.
Hitting now is Sydney McRae. She's hitting .416 on the year. Has 12 strikeouts, only 9 walks. Another one of those slap hitters in this lineup. This Bucks team is predicated all on their speed, and they make it a focal point early in every game that they play.
Yeah, not too many home runs from this Florida Southwestern team. As a strike 3 is called, a 1-2-3 start to the afternoon for Nemi Taylor and the home squad Titans. We'll be right back with bottom of the first action here on the Titan Sports Network. Welcome back to the Titan Sports Network. After a quick 1-2-3 start to the top of the first by the Titans, now it's the Bucs' turn to take the field, and the Florida Southwestern State College Buccaneers are trotting out their ace to the circle to start the first leg of this doubleheader. Bella Sarja will take the circle, and she comes in boasting a .53 ERA, Parker. 13 wins, 1 loss on the season. Earned runs are tough to come by on Bell, as she has only let up 7 in the 93 innings that she has pitched. But she lets up a base runner in her first pitch of her afternoon. Rachel Lamro, take your base.
Sarja is the true definition of an ace. She hasn't given up an earned run or a walk in her past 4 starts.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Number 2 hitter in the lineup is Mackenzie Four, one of the leaders of this Titans team, leading the squad in home runs and RBIs. You want to get somebody on base with Mackenzie coming up to the plate. That is for sure. As Bell gets ready to deliver the second pitch of the at-bat. Outside part of the plate, 1-1 is the count.
Belle Sarja, not big strikeout numbers, but she's very, very good at missing the barrel. It's going to be tough to rack together a few hits, and she's not going to give up the walk at all in this game.
9 complete games on the year for Sarja. As she delivers a strike, Mackenzie Four, a powerful swing, misses on that one. Count is now 1-2 to the Titans' first baseman. She lines that one down the left field line, and Mackenzie Four will return to the plate as it goes foul.
Looked like a changeup right there just in front of it. That would have been a very, very vital hit.
Sarge has some killer movement on that off-speed stuff. And she can power the strike zone with tremendous velocity on her fastball as well. Next pitch in the at-bat to Four is swung on and missed, strike 3. Sarja records her first strikeout and the first out for the Buccaneers.
Right when I mentioned she's not a big strikeout pitcher, she gets a K right there.
That is a great way to bounce back from hitting the first batter to striking out, arguably the most dangerous hitter in the Titans lineup. And a bunt is laid down by Sam Clark, and it will go foul.
Yeah, it seemed like if that one was going to stay fair, it would have been an easy hit, but she'll have to trot her way back into the batter's box.
A lot of spin on that pitch from Sarja, just enough to get some top spin off of that bat. To roll foul as Sam Clark will return to the plate for the second pitch of the at-bat. 0-1 is the count with 1 out. Check swing, fouled again. 0-2 is the count now. Sam Clark, another hitter in this Titans lineup, hitting over 300. She's got 31 hits in her 31 games started. That's pretty efficient, I would say so, Parker.
Very efficient, and the very interesting part about that is only one of those hits have been an extra base hit.
Which you can advance a runner here as Lamar goes, and she is into second, safe with the steal attempt. Runner in scoring position now for the Titans early. 1 out has been recorded so far. So Belle Sarge has her work cut out for her in the bottom of the half inning. Riding a 22-game win streak are these Buccaneers. And the Titans said, we got something to say about that.
That's a rare stolen base allowed by this Buccaneers team. Actually, their leadoff hitter, Shanita Tucker, has more stolen bases than their team has stolen bases allowed on the season.
That is impressive. So lined right up the middle. Sam Clark is able to drive Rachel Lemieux in. She slides right behind the catcher in for the Titans' first run of the afternoon. It was only a single, but you got the run in.
That's run number 8 surrendered by Sarja in 93 innings. what a feat for the Titans in the first inning here.
A fantastic boost of confidence. Hopefully the Titans can ride this momentum, and they're looking to earn their first conference win of the season, young season. 0-4 so far in conference play. Titans came in riding a 5-game losing streak. So you could say that they're due. Ball is delivered on the inside part of the plate to Ava Bassani. Pitch delivered outside for another ball. 2-0 is the count to Bassani. Coming into today's contest with 12 RBIs. Looks like we got an early pitching mound visit. Robert Lamori will check in on his ace. Just get the nerves cooled down. Still 1 out recorded by the Bucks in this bottom of the first. And the Titans are up early 1-0 on the 33-3 Southwestern Florida State College Buccaneers.
And Titans head coach Shelby Patique has to like that sign right there. Needing to force a mound visit with just 1 out in the game, that's a rarity for a pitcher of this quality.
2-0 is the count to Bassani. She swings and misses for the first strike of the at-bat, 2-1. Sarja trying to battle back. Still a runner on first. That's Sam Clark, who was able to drive in the first run of the game. As Bassani lines a foul ball down the third base line. 2-2 is the count, back even.
Bassani working another nice at-bat for the Titans. It has not been easy at all for Sarja, which is not similar to a lot of her starts.
Gives up a lot of contact, but like we mentioned, only 7 earned runs, well now 8 earned runs in her many starts, as a pickoff attempt after the strikeout is recorded by Sarja, her second strikeout of the afternoon so far and of the inning. Faith Campos now comes up for her first at bat. Campos, the center fielder. Coming in, batting an even 300 on the year. Another pickoff attempt is made on Clark as she is safely back into first.
Campos is one of the many stolen base threats on this team. She has 12 stolen bases and 0 caught stealings on the year. So if she gets on base, look for the Titans to potentially put on a double steal.
Speetzer lays down a bunt perfectly down the first base line, and she almost avoided the tag, but she's out of the baseline, and that'll be the third out of the inning. We're going to go to the top of the second, where the Eastern Florida State College Titans have an early 1-run lead on the 33-3 Southwestern Florida State College Buccaneers. We'll be right back on the Titan Sports Network for the top of the second.
Welcome to the top of the second inning in this ball game between the Eastern Florida State Titans and the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers. It's a 1-0 game with the Titans leading early, and it's been an interesting battle so far with a lot of timely hitting from the Titans. Mandy Hednimi-Taylor is back on the bump. It's a 1-0 count early.
Hednimi-Taylor with 2 early strikeouts of this vaunted lineup from the Buccaneers. It's another out. Went 1, 2, 3 in the last inning. Picks right back up where she left off.
Now batting is number 89, Laura Vina. She's hitting .329 on the year. First pitch is just outside for ball 1.
Great command so far out of the Titans starter. Exactly what you want to see going up against the #1 ranked team in junior college softball.
Second
in
pitch
the nation,
is
Parker.
#1 in the nation for JUCO softball. You know this team is serious. It's impressive to have a 1-0 lead at any point in the ball game. 1-1 count here. Vina takes that one outside in the other batter's box, and it's a 2-1 count.
Not giving anything easy to this Bucks lineup so far in the early going is Hednimi-Taylor. Good command, and when she's missing, and she's only missing by a little bit over the plate.
That one is popped over near the left side of the field, and a beautiful diving catch for Faith Campos, and that is the first out of this inning.
Fantastic effort on the diving play there by Campos. Slides right in to keep this consecutive out streak alive for Hednimi-Taylor and the Titans.
Hitting now is Sitska Drivers. She's hitting .272 on the year, has a couple of home runs to go with 16 RBI. First pitch is fouled right back off the netting.
Yeah, she's arguably the one in this Buccaneers lineup that hits for the most power, so she can do damage with one swing of the bat, and with this 1-run lead, still got to play it safe and still got to keep these balls on the ground and hopefully in the infield.
She came right over here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. As that pitch is called a strike. 0-2 count now.
A lot of Dutch presence in this Buccaneers lineup. 3 players from the Netherlands on this Florida Southwestern roster, all playing integral parts to this fantastic start that they have had this season.
That's a pipeline right there. Another foul back.
Hednimi-Taylor looking for that 3rd strikeout of the afternoon so far. Quarter to 1-2-3 first. Looking to follow it up.
0-2 offering, and that one is in the other batter's box again. 1-2 count.
That's why you build the cushion in the count, so you can test a little bit off speed stuff, keep the hitter guessing.
One, two. And that one is fouled straight back. Another foul ball. Sitska Drivers is surviving in this one.
Just a little bit behind on Hednimi-Taylor's pitches.
Can you really blame her? I mean, Hednimi all year has been a little flamethrower. 108 strikeouts and 113 2/3 innings coming into this one.
That's why that off-speed stuff is so tricky for a hitter against a starter of this quality.
As that one is grounded straight to shortstop, deflection, and she will be safe at first base.
Great effort running through first by Sitska Drivers. Able to get somebody on base and see if the Buccaneers can answer the early score by the Titans.
Hitting now is Jaden Goodwin. Goodwin's hitting .452 on the year in just 42 at-bats. Leads the team with a .558 on base. as there is a ball just outside of the corner.
Still 2 outs for the Titans, so still in a comfortable spot, but once the Buccaneers get runners in scoring position, that is when they will do the damage. Fouled away again. Definitely making Hetnemi Taylor work for it in this second half inning.
Hetnemi Taylor, another offering. This one is skied right behind the plate. It will go not out of play, but just off of the glove of Sam Clark, so the at-bat will continue.
Clark tried to use the backboard there with the net, but unfortunately just a little too much spin on that and out of reach for the catcher to record that third out. Bucks stay alive.
2-strike count now. She looks to be squaring up for the bunt, pulls it back and fouls this one. Caught by the left fielder, Faith Campos, and the inning is retired. So a quick inning for Mandy Hetnemi Taylor, and the score remains 1-0 Titans. We welcome you back to the Titans softball complex. We have a softball game between the Eastern Florida State Titans and the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers. The Titans have a 1-0 lead over the 33-3 Buccaneers, who are #1 in the nation.
Loving the energy so far from the Titans. Parker got a very relaxed and fun approach from what it looks like with the Titans. And granted, this is only the first leg of a doubleheader and only in the second inning, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far out of the underdog.
I mean, if I could get an early run against a pitcher like Bella Sarja, I'd be pretty happy too, as there's a strike on the outside corner.
And we talk about this very potent offense that the Buccaneers have, but all throughout this lineup for the Titans, there's a bunch of above 300 hitters and girls who can get some doubles, some RBIs, a lot of good stats throughout this lineup, and really no weaknesses, no glaring weaknesses that I'm seeing.
That one is popped up foul into a parking lot. Gracie Snell getting the at-bat right here. Snell has played in 34 of the 39 games for the Titans, as there's a high pitch over the zone. Gracie Snell, straight out of Lakeland, Florida, not too far from here. So here's the pitch, and it's chopped right back to the pitcher for the easy out. Bella Sarja throws it on over, and that's the first out of the inning.
Don't get much easier than that. A routine ground ball. See if Bella Sarja can build some momentum on her side for her team's defense and record her own 1-2-3 inning as Nemi Taylor did for the first inning for the Titans. Still only allowed one runner, but was able to record consecutive outs with the first two and still hold the Buccaneers to only one hit so far in this game.
Speaking of Nemi Taylor, she's up at the plate right now, walking up to some Greta Van Fleet. Interesting choice.
I'm a
0-1
fan.
count.
Definitely.
I like some songs.
Yeah, right? Can't go wrong.
Everyone says they copy Zeppelin, but what's wrong with copying Zeppelin?
Make a fair point.
0-2 count here.
They say imitations is a most sincere form of flattery.
I don't know if Robert Plant agrees with that one. 0-2 delivery. And swung on and missed. High and outside strike out right there.
And Nemi Taylor was trying to make it a 2-0 deficit with that one swing of the bat. Fortunately, just missed. Got a wind going out towards the outfield here when we were walking in, Parker. Maybe we'll see a couple balls carry if one of these hitters can get a hold of one.
Courtney Stout now in the batter's box. Slapping one over the dugout for a foul ball, 0-1 count. Stout hitting .206 on the year. Played in 29 of the 38 games, or 39 games. Manning right field on the day, as there is a tap right back to the catcher, 0-2 count. Definitely a very good bounce back inning for Bella Sarja, locating her pitches where she wants them, and the Titans are struggling. 0-2 to Stout, and that one is above the zone for a ball.
She got some velocity on those pitches. And not going to come easy for the Titans, but that one-run lead is great to get so early in the game and can definitely hold momentum for extended period of time. I say that as Sarja goes 1-2-3.
And that will be the end of the second inning. We'll be right back with some softball action after the break.
Welcome back to the Titans Sports Network. My name is Austin Dillingham alongside Parker Josef, bringing you the action from the Titans Sports Complex on a rather cool Saturday afternoon, or Wednesday afternoon, excuse me, here in Melbourne, Florida. Eastern Florida State College Titans are on top of the #1 ranked team in softball in the junior college ranks. The Florida Southwestern Buccaneers coming in with a 33-3 record, but Nemi Taylor is having something to say about that, Parker.
Absolutely. The Titans are looking to be the first team to beat this team since February 26th. It's been a while since they've had that sour taste in their mouths.
A 22-game win streak. Rather impressive no matter what level, what sport you're talking about. But when you're facing a team that's riding a 5-game losing streak, you could say one team is due and the other is due for something else. Maybe the Titans can pull off the upset. They'll have 2 cracks at it as we got a doubleheader on tap for you today on the Titan Sports Network. A 1-0 deficit in favor of the home team, as Hednemi Taylor is going to hit the batter. That is Maddie Golka, and she will take first base. Only the second base runner allowed by the Titan starter in this early going. She's only let up 1 hit with 3 strikeouts so far.
Golka, probably not one of the biggest stolen base threats on this team, but everybody on this Bucks team loves to run, so you got to watch her over there.
I'll tell you who is a threat at the plate is Shanita Tucker, as she takes the plate for her first appearance on offense. Leader in hits and second in RBIs on this Buccaneer squad. Also leads the team in stolen bases. So if she gets on there, best believe she's going to take another. Nemi Taylor delivers a ball on the outside part of the plate, and a mound visit will take place here for the Titans. A little time to talk strategy. See if they can keep this 1-run lead intact.
Tucker is always very dangerous, not only at the plate, but also on the base paths. One very interesting thing about this Bucks team that is unlike most other in the nation is they have more walks than they have strikeouts this year. 115 walks and only 108 strikeouts for their batters.
Yeah, that's rather impressive. Very patient approach at the plate. From 1 through 9 in the lineup is something you will find on this Florida Southwestern squad.
The more you look at their squad, you think, how is this even possible?
Nothing is given, everything is gained against the Buccaneers. And Nemi Taylor delivers a great pitch right down the middle for a called strike. Got Tucker looking at that one.
Had Nemi Taylor finding a lot more success when she's just being aggressive within the strike zone.
And a bunt is laid down, but it's foul by Tucker.
Yes, 1-2 count now, taking away that potential drag bunt. That is huge. Unless she decides to just drop it down anyway and risk the strikeout.
Hey, you never know. If it's anyone who can get it done in this lineup, it is Tucker. Comes in today batting .441, 49 hits on the year, but she won't get another one at this at-bat. Struck out by Nemi Taylor for the second out of the inning.
What a beautiful pitch. Just high enough and just outside enough for the long-ranging swing to not be able to catch any part of it.
Her 4th K of the day. Fantastic start through 2.5 innings. And a steal attempt is made and safe. Into second is Felina Pot. Excuse me.
That's her 7th stolen base of the year.
Pote, one of the 3 international students from the Netherlands on this Buck squad, as Karis Platt lays down a bunt, and she is safe at first. Oh, nope, it's foul. She will return to home plate. So it'll be called a strike, and Pote will return to second. Runner in scoring position for the first time in this game for the Florida Southwestern Bucks. Let's see if Ms. Platt has anything to say about that. Try to drive home her 17th RBI of the year.
Platt is another one of these hitters that has more walks than strikeouts. Just unbelievable lineup through to 3.
First and third in the infield playing in, anticipating the bunt. A check swing, goes foul. 2 strikes on Platt. Nemi Taylor will look for the punch out. Get out of the first minor jam that she's faced so far this afternoon. A terrific outing from the Titans ace. Pitch is on the way, and check swing foul.
That fastball has been working all outing for head Nemi Taylor. A lot of defensive swings. Another thing she's done that's very impressive is she's gotten on top of these hitters, always getting ahead of the count. That's very important against a team with the discipline that this team has.
No doubt, like you said, Parker, they have more walks than they do strikeouts. No matter what level, that's unheard of. As Platt rifles one up the middle, and Pote will come in to score. We got a tie game as Platt gets into second for a double. So a much-needed answer from the Bucks as we are tied in the 3rd inning. 1-1 game. Tremendous piece of hitting from Karis Platt.
That's just what this team does. Just not a big power team, only 14 home runs on the year, which is a lot for a softball team, but just focused on getting hit after hit after hit, making contact with the ball. This is one of the pitchers, Head Nemi Taylor, that would give them the most fits because she is a big strikeout pitcher, but it seems like since the first inning, they've been able to get on top of these.
That's Platt's 5th double of the year and her 17th RBI. And in steps in Sydney McCrae. 3rd on the team in hits, 20 RBIs to her name so far this season. And she, like Platt, is another menace on the base pass. One of 3 Buccaneers with more than 20 stolen bases. She rifles one over the wall, a home run. Sydney McCrae builds the lead from 1-1. Now it's 3-1, just like that. The Bucks are in front.
That's just her 2nd home run of the year, but she has showcased similar power all year. She has 4 triples in the game, or in the season, my bad. And she's known for always targeting the gaps, so it's no secret, it's no surprise that she was able to hit that one right over the right center field wall.
And I'll tell you what, Parker, we mentioned that wind walking into the ballpark, carrying out to center. That one definitely got under that home run swing from Sydney McCrae and just eked over the right field wall for her 5th home run of the year. So Nemi Taylor with 3 quick runs surrendered, looks to record out there and finally gets out of the inning. As Mackenzie Ford puts that one away. But the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers have struck back, and they are up 3-1 on the Eastern Florida State College Titans. We'll be right back on the Titan Sports Network with the Titans Do Up. welcome back to the Titans Sports Network. Bottom of the third, as now the Buccaneers are on top, and Bella Sarge has a 2-run lead to work with as she will go up against Marissa Shout, who will lead off, the freshman of Pembroke Pines, Florida. See if the Titans can respond to a fantastic inning on offense from the Bucks.
Shout actually leads the team in sacrifice hits.
Swing and a miss on that one, down early in the count, 0-2.
Very reliable bunter, always in the field. She's played in 31 games this year. Manning second base today.
Bell Sargent delivers high and away. First ball of the at-bat, 1-2 is the count. Fouled away. Shout stays alive in the at-bat. And Shout skies one in the infield. That'll be a routine pop fly caught by number 44, Maddie Golka. Back to the top of the order for the Titans. Rachel was actually able to get on base in her first at-bat against Sargent with a single. She looks to lay down a bunt, pulls back. Ball goes across the plate for a strike.
There was some nasty cutting action on that pitch, just clipping the corner.
Lamro was eventually driven in by Sam Clark.
She tried the same exact pitch right there, just missed the edge.
Despite giving up that one RBI single in the first inning, Sargent was able to strike out two of the more formidable hitters in the lineup in Mackenzie Four and Ava Bassani. As Lamoureux tries to lay down a bunt again, misses on that one. 2 strikes to 1 ball is the count. And that is going to get in the gap for a single. Might be extra bases for Lamoureux, but she's held up at first. So once again, Rachel Lamoureux gets on base, 2 for 2 in the first leg of this doubleheader. And Mackenzie Four will take to the plate for her second at-bat. As I mentioned, was struck out by Sargent in her first at-bat, but had a couple of big hacks that if she would have made contact, those would have been over the wall as well. I guarantee you that. We'll see if she can connect with one here as Four has served a high ball over the plate. 1-0 is the count.
Going back to that last at-bat, Lamoureux did a fantastic job of just zeroing in on that outside corner of the plate. She got 2 pitches out there. One was a strike, one was a ball. Tried to go for the bunt, and on the 1-2 count, just knew that that pitch was coming again. Slapped it the other way for a single.
Another big hack by Mackenzie Four. 1-1 is the count now for the leader in RBIs and home runs for this Titans squad. See if they can get her going. Sarge is not going to give her anything easy. A lot of high pitches outside of the plate as well. 2-1 is the count to Four. Again, Rachel Lamoureux on base with a good piece of hitting in her second at-bat. Nice little gap single. Sam Clark waits in the wings. Mackenzie Ford, swing and a miss. Bring the count even now to 2-2. One out recorded so far in the inning by the Bucks. As Ford looks at a ball low and away. That was close, Parker.
Yeah, just under the zone right there. Could have gone either way. But also a great pitch to induce a double play, so maybe good thing that she didn't swing right there.
I was about to say, Sarge is doing a tremendous job this inning in particular in painting the corners with her pitches. As she gets Mackenzie Ford to foul the next one away. Mackenzie stays alive in the count. The runner on first.
Titans putting together some fantastic at-bats. You can tell they're a little extra motivated by that #1 seeding against them.
And they're going to have 2 cracks at him, so if at first you don't succeed, try again. As Sarja delivers and check swing, and that made contact. She is out, says the first base judge. Mackenzie Ford with her second strikeout of the afternoon. And here comes Sam Clark, who recorded the lone RBI for the Titans in this game. In the first inning, she drove home Rachel Lamoureux from first base, so same situation. See if Lamoureux can get around to home plate again, as 2 outs have now been recorded for the Bucks. First pitch is inside over the plate for a strike. That was Sam Clark's 15th RBI of the year.
I'm sure she wouldn't mind number 16 and 17 right here.
As she hits it to the second baseman, who puts the third out away for the Florida Southwestern Bucks. The lead is still 3-1 here at the Titan Sports Complex. We'll be right back with the top of the 4th inning here on the Titan Sports Network.
Welcome back to this JUCO softball matchup between the Eastern Florida State Titans and the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers. I'm Parker Joseph, joined by my co-host, Austin Dillingham. And this has been a very interesting matchup thus far. 3-1 going into the top of the 3rd inning. And Mandy Hettenemy-Taylor is still on the bump for the Titans. First pitch is bunted down the first baseline, but fouled.
And Hettenemy Taylor looking to bounce back after that rocky 3rd inning where she let the Bucks back into it. A bomb was hit over the right field fence by Sydney McCrae to build the lead to 2, and Belle Sarja has done a tremendous job of battling back from giving up that early RBI single in the first inning. She's only allowed 2 hits since that RBI.
At the plate for the Buccaneers is Laura Vina. She finds herself down 0-2 to Mandy Hettenemy-Taylor early in this inning. Vina's one of many players on this team with over 20 RBI. She has 21 on the year. As this one is smacked straight to second base, but the out is made right there as Marissa Shout makes the throw over to Mackenzie Four, and the first out is retired.
Shout did a great job of staying with that grounder. Almost lined to her there. And Shout puts it away for first out.
Stepping up to the plate now, Seatske Driver, or Drivers. Drew a long at-bat last at-bat, as the first pitch is a strike, 0-1. One pitch, and that one is called a strike on the inside corner of the plate. Now 0-2.
Fantastic job painting the inside corner by Demi Taylor.
Had Nemi Taylor really trying to regroup after a 3-run last inning. And that one is smoked straight to the left fielder, Faith Campos, who squares under it for the easy out, number 2.
Right place at the right time for Campos. She's had several now tremendous fielding plays in left.
Had that beautiful sliding catch earlier in the first. In comes Jaden Goodwin for the Buccaneers.
As an outfielder, you hoping you don't get too busy when your team's on defense, but when you do, you hope they're hit right to you.
First pitch is a strike to Goodwin. Ever since that second, except for that second inning, Hedney Taylor has been reeling, or not reeling, dealing.
Dealing is the word.
That is the incorrect word.
Yes, sir. And she's had great command so far, both her fastballs and off-speed stuff.
Reeling is what was happening in the second inning.
Mm-hmm. Only for a brief moment, though, able to weather the storm, and that's going to happen when you're playing the #1 team in JUCO.
Exactly.
It's all about how your offense can bounce back.
And a beautiful 1-2-3 inning right there as Jaden Goodwin chops out to the first baseman. So, we'll head to the bottom of the third inning after this break. It's still 3-1. Welcome back to this beautiful softball game between the Eastern Florida State Titans and the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers. It is still 3-1 going into the bottom of the third. Now stepping up to the dish, Ava Bassani.
Bassani struck out in her first at-bat. She was able to draw a lengthy plate appearance with multiple foul balls. Made Bell work for it. See if she can get on base and get something going here for the home squad in the fourth.
First pitch is cut right through for a strike. Second pitch to Bassani, and she waves it one over her head for the 0-2 count. A lot of deception from Bella Sardra. You can tell ever since that first inning she's been locked in.
Got her with the high cheddar. She is painting those corners up, down, side to side. Sarge is in total control after giving up that first run in the first inning.
1-2 count after that cut ball was way outside. One-two to Bassani, and that one is popped short left center, and it is caught by the center fielder Shanita Tucker for the first out of the inning.
Parker, I thought that one had a chance to drop in the gap, but so much speed in both the outfield and the infield for this Bucks team. It's going to be hard to get those bloopers to fall, which on a normal day might. But today, going up against the #1 team in JUCO, not so much.
You can understand why Sarja has had so much success this season. She has that nasty action on her pitches that almost guarantees a pop-up, and everyone behind her is a speedster, as there's a strike for the first pitch. Faith Campos hitting right now.
Speaking of speedsters,
Campos with 12 stolen bases on the year. That leads the Titans, tied with Trinity Howard and Rachel Lamoureux. That's a failed bunt attempt as that one bounds right behind the catcher. It seems like Sarge is just putting the ball wherever she wants it right now. Fantastic command. Two-strike count. The pitch, and it is swung right through for the strikeout. Faith Campos is set down 1-2-3.
Bella Sarge is in full command of this Titans lineup so far. They're going to need an answer quick. They still got a lot of innings left, only the fourth, but with momentum on a side of a team as good as the Buccaneers, it's going to be a tall order to get any kind of runs across facing a pitcher like Bella Sargent.
First pitch is a strike on the inside part of the zone.
As we mentioned, she came in bolstering that .53 ERA, 13 wins, 1 loss on the season.
Gracie Snell with a nice smack single the other way, and suddenly the tying run is in the batter's box, and it will be Mandy Hedanami Taylor, the pitcher in this matchup.
See if Mandy can get some get back here and get her team back on level ground with the Bucks. Runner on first. If she can make something happen, at least get herself and her teammate in scoring position.
First pitch is a strike right on the corner of the outside zone. The 0-1 is a ball. That one looked to be just below the strike zone.
Yeah, I use the term off-speed stuff with Bella Sarge rather light because she really doesn't lose that much velocity on her pitches that do a little bit of curving, got some nasty spin on them as opposed to a regular fastball, which she just blew by Hedanami Taylor right there.
And that action is part of the reason why she gets so much soft contact.
Yeah, Bella Sarge does give up, a lot of hits for somebody who would have a sub-1 ERA, but that earned run average is a testament to the backup that she has behind her in this Bucks infield and outfield. As you mentioned, Parker, so much speed all around this roster, talent from top to bottom. But the Titans are hanging in there.
As that one is slapped near the second baseman and caught. So, after getting one runner on, the game is still 3-1. Titans find themselves down in this ball game. We'll be back after the break.
Welcome back to the Titan Sports Network. Top of the fifth action is about to get underway. We got a tightly contested affair between the Titans and the Bucks. The Florida Southwestern State College Buccaneers, #1 rated JUCO team in the country for women's softball, riding a 22-game win streak that dates back to February 26th. Titans were on top early with a one-run RBI single by Sam Clark in the first, but the Bucks roared back in the third inning. A two-run shot from Sydney McCray got the lead up to 2. 3-1 is where we stand now, partner.
Hitting now is Maddie Golka.
Nice frame job by the catcher, Sam Clark.
Golka's played 27 games this year, but only has 52 at-bats. A lot of that is because of her defensive versatility. She finds herself at a lot of positions.
0-2 is the count from Mandy Netme-Taylor. He's really stuck in there throughout this early going of this game. She had a slight hiccup there in the third, but other than that, I mean, she's really been in total command of her stuff and has really limited the production of this very potent Buccaneers offense.
A very gutty performance. Most of the pitchers that face Florida Southwestern end up getting shelled, so just 3 runs in 4 innings. It doesn't sound that great, but it really is against a potent offense like this.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, Parker, not too many home runs come from this Florida Southwestern outfit. A lot of, I mean, you could almost say it's a death by 1,000 cuts approach. A lot of infield singles, a lot of savvy base running, a lot of stolen bases, and the Bucks just end up cranking out runs with great hitting and patient hitting as well. Fouled off by Golka. She'll stay alive with 2 strikes in the count.
To give a bit of a reference point, they've scored 267 runs in 36 games. That's about 7-8 runs a game, so only 3 at this point in the game is very, very impressive.
I think that's pretty good. I think that's a recipe for success.
8 runs a game? Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
2-2 delivery. Oh, off the glove of Netme-Taylor, and Golka will reach base. Not sure if that'll go down as an error on Netme-Taylor, but it went right off the glove. But it was a screaming line drive up the middle as Golka gets the action started here in the top of the 5th. 3-1 ball game.
Those are the most painful hits, the ones that just hit off the webbing of the glove, but you just cannot squeeze it. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them.
Other than that third inning, only allowing 2 hits, now 3 hits, is Netme-Taylor. So whenever she has allowed a runner on first, she is more times than not able to get herself out of these jams this afternoon. And it's still the 5th inning, so a lot of ball game to go. Up to the plate now is number 4, Felina Pote, as she takes a strike on the inside part of the plate. Nice pitch there, good spin from Mandy.
Pote may be the 9-hole hitter, but she certainly does not hit like one. 4 home runs on the year. That ties for the team lead, hitting .346 on the year. She's another secret weapon in this lineup.
Checks bunt, but fouls another one off to stay alive in the count with 2 strikes. No outs so far in the 5th inning. Once again, here on the Titan Sports Network, we'll have a double header for you Same two teams, Titans and Bucks, will battle it out again. First pitch is scheduled at 4 o'clock p.m. pending the finishing of the first leg of this doubleheader. Swing and a miss. Lena Pope goes down for the first out of the inning. I believe that's Nema Taylor's 5th strikeout of the afternoon.
What a great pitch to change the pace. Went all hard stuff until she dropped a little something slow right there. Got the ugly swing.
Leader in batting average on this Florida Southwestern outfit. Janita Tucker takes the plate. Fouls that one off. Steal was thought about over there by Golka. She retreats back to first after a ball was thrown over the outside part of the plate. Delivery to Tucker is skied to left. Campos is under it, makes the catch.
Perfect result right there. All you want Shanita Tucker to do is put the ball in the air, because if it's going to the ground, it's going to be a hit. She is absolutely blazing, so getting a pop-up right there is absolutely vital to the success of this inning.
Bunt was thought about by number 11, Karis Platt, who was one of the runs on base, responsible for making this lead a 3-1 ball game, as Platt was on first, and who you see on deck, Sydney McCrae, drove home a home run over the right field lot as Golka is in there for a stolen base. It was a strike, however, to Karis Platt, so she's down early in the count, 0-2. Now with a runner on second in scoring position, the Bucks are threatening again here in the top of the 5th.
Karis Platt in the batter's box. She actually leads this team in walks with 12. But for the most part, every single player on this team can take a walk. Everyone in this lineup has above 8 walks on the year, so it's really been a very even spread of taking their pitches.
Steal attempt was thought about by Golka, who was halfway to third, but she retreats back to second. 2-1 is the count, 2 balls, 1 strike to Karis Platt. Sydney McCrae waiting in the wings on deck. 1 out so far in this inning. Steal attempt was again thought about by Golka. She's taking a brave lead there after the last 3 pitches from Nema Taylor. Almost daring Sam Clark to make a play. Swing and a miss, and that'll do it for the top half of the 5th inning. Mandy Nema Taylor gets out of a jam. She did allow a runner to get into scoring position, but that was all that the Florida Southwestern Bucks were able to accomplish. We'll be right back on the Titans Sports Network with the Titans due up, still down 3-1. Welcome back to the Titan Sports Network. Once again, my name is Austin Dillingham alongside my broadcast partner, Parker Josef. We are delighted to bring you the action from the Titan Sports Complex at Eastern Florida State College in partnership with our school, the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting at Full Sail University. Fantastic opportunity that we have here this afternoon, beautiful Wednesday afternoon in Melbourne, Florida, to call some JUCO softball, #1 team in the country. The Florida Southwestern State College Buccaneers up 3-1 on the home squad. First leg of a doubleheader here Wednesday afternoon. Parker, the Titans jumped out to an early 1-run lead, but in the third inning, by way of a Sidney McCray 2-run shot, the Bucs are back in business 3-1, and it's pretty much been a stalemate since that third inning. Both teams getting some good outs and getting some good pitching from their starters.
Absolutely. I mean, Bella Sarja has a .53 ERA for a reason, and we are seeing it. She has been absolutely nasty today, locating all of her pitches and keeping this Titans lineup at bay.
She records another strikeout on Courtney Stout, and in steps Marissa Schaud to the batter's box. She fouls off the first pitch of the at-bat.
The Titans find themselves down 3-1, but the last time that Bella Sarja gave up more than 3 runs was actually the last game that the Buccaneers lost against Pensacola State. So it's going to need a couple more runs against Sarja to repeat that pattern right there.
Next pitch is delivered as a ball. 1-1 is the count. Shout comes in to today's contest, registering 12 hits and 62 at-bats as she skies one to the second baseman. Routine pop fly for Golka, who fields it for the second out of the inning.
Another great pitch by Sarja, getting the pop-up right there. That's what you really want behind you if you're Sarja. You want to get those pop-ups because you know that no matter what, your defense is going to be able to get to it.
In steps Rachel Lamoureux, who's registered 2 singles in her 2 at-bats against Sarja. And she takes the first pitch of her third at-bat for a strike.
Another nasty cutter on the outside of the plate right there. She's been working that pitch against lefties, and it has been working fabulously for her.
Yeah, I think Lamoureux thought that that ball was destined to go over the left side of the plate for a ball, but it hung in there, and nasty spin from the Bucs ace. But that next pitch was low and inside to Lamoureux, bringing the count to even. 1-1, 2 outs. Mackenzie 4 waiting on deck. That pitch is called a strike by the home plate umpire.
Another one of those cutters. She has been abusing that pitch, and I can't blame her. She can spin that off with a pitch working away, and it'll generate some nasty, ugly swings. 1
ball and 2 strikes to Rachel Lamoureux, as she takes a ball high and outside to bring the count back to even. 2-2.
Impressive take right there, just above the zone.
As I mentioned, Mackenzie 4 waiting on deck. She was struck out her first 2 at-bats, but arguably the most dangerous hitter in this Titans lineup. See if Lamoureux can get a board for her yet again as she takes another ball to bring the count to full.
What an at-bat from both sides right here. Bella Sarja just missing the plate again, and Rachel Lamoureux doing a great job spitting on that outside fastball. Inside fastball.
Lamoureux, one of 3 players on this Titan squad with over 30 hits. She's now up to 32 on the young season. As she fouls this one off, will left fielder get to it? No, she will not. And Lamoureux lives to fight another day. In the bottom of the 5th, 3-1 ball game in favor of the visiting Buccaneers.
Sydney McCray in left field, kind of flashing that speed that everyone on this team possesses. Almost got to that ball.
Lamoureux fouls another one off. I think we're now approaching 7 or 8 pitches of the at-bat here, Parker.
This might be the best at-bat of the night for the Titans. You need a runner in this inning, and Lamoureux is doing everything she can to get one.
Yeah, give credit to Eastern Florida State College. They have been battling in these at-bats with the uber-talented Sarge as she delivers a 3-2. And Lamoureux is going to get another base hit. 3 for 3 is Rachel Lamoureux. A tremendous start to this doubleheader, and Mackenzie Ford will get another crack at Bella Sarge as she takes to the plate with Lamoureux on first. Ford will represent the tying run in this 3-1 ball game.
And an interesting little advantage that Ford might have in this at-bat. She just saw 8 pitches, although she wasn't sitting in the batter's box. She got to time up 8 of these pitches from Bella Sarge, so hopefully the timing will be on.
As the first pitch of the at-bat goes just a bit outside for the first ball. Mackenzie Ford was struck out in her first 2 plate appearances against Sarge, so looking for some redemption here as the second pitch is a strike over the outside part of the plate. 1-1 is the count.
Ford leads this team with 26 walks. Leads the team by a long shot.
As Ford, with that patient eye, watches another one go by. 2-1.
She also happens to lead the team in strikeouts, but that's for another story.
We say shoot or shoot, Parker.
Absolutely.
That's why she leads the squad in home runs. A swing and a miss. Big hack by Mackenzie Ford. Boy, just wait until she makes contact with one of those. That one is going sailing, I promise you.
Mackenzie Ford leads the team in a lot of things. Home runs, one of them. Walks, one of them. Slugging percentage. The list goes on.
Never a dull moment when Mackenzie Ford is at bat as she watches a ball go across the plate, but she is thrown out. That is Rachel Lamoureux getting thrown out at second to end the inning. A great defensive play by Seatski Drivers to end the scoring threat by the Titans to keep the score at 3-1. Headed into the 6th inning from the Titan Sports Complex on the Titan Sports Network. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Titan Softball Complex. We've got a game between the Eastern Florida Titans and the #1 Florida Southwestern Buccaneers. It's 3-1 going into the top of the 6th inning as there is a ball thrown by Mandy Hetton-Namie Taylor to start off this inning. Sydney McRae up in the batter's box for the not the Titans, for the Buccaneers.
And she's responsible for this lead that the Bucs currently hold, hitting that 2-run shot over right at her last at bat.
Nemi Taylor has thrown 5 strong innings in this one, looking to make it 6.
That was McRae's second home run of the year. You would have thought that would have been her 10th. The way that she just drove that ball with ease over the right field wall, and she's going to get base a little bit easier this time around. She just wears that one.
Looked like a little bit of a lean in, but seems like we'll excuse it. A little bit of confusion on the field.
May have a pinch hitter. We do. Looks like that's Samantha Smith due up. One of the, after Sydney McRae's home run, one of 5 hitters now with multiple home runs on the year for this Bucs squad. So
Smith also has 20 innings pitched this year with a 3.44 ERA. Hitting .233 on the years. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung through and missed. Nice changeup right there.
yeah, Samantha Smith is coming into this at-bat with the only thought on her mind is providing a little bit of insurance for her squad. Sydney McRae on first, no outs. See if Nemi Taylor can keep the Bucs at bay.
As there is an error, and they give up a free bag to the Buccaneers. Not ideal at this point in the ball game.
Yep, those kind of plays definitely are the ones that will come back to haunt you against a team as good as Florida Southwestern. Once again, let's just hope that Nemi Taylor can limit the damage here with a runner in scoring position and no outs. And McRae looks like she wants to go to third, but she only got so far as she retreats back to second.
Nemi Taylor deals a fastball for a strike right there, so it's a 1-2 count to Smith. Smith is a frequent pitch hitter slash reliever for this team, as that one is popped straight up into the air, right what the doctor ordered, and it will be caught over at third base.
That's a can of corn, Parker.
Absolutely. Samantha Formosa is settling under that one, maybe building a house really quick. Had a lot of time.
Still only 1 out in this 6th inning. Maravina stepping in. One of 4 Buccaneers with over 20 RBIs this season. Just no weak spots in this Buccaneer lineup.
The lowest batting average in this lineup is .272, and it's the lowest by a long shot. This team is full of people that know how to get on base. As the pitch is fouled straight back for the strike.
But even then, that .272 batting average belongs to someone who has double-digit RBIs and
also
opportunistic hitting from 1 through 9.
And that .272 batting average, who is owned by Sitsuke Driver, she threw out a batter or a runner last inning, so she's contributing on both sides, as is everybody on this team. You need all 9 to contribute on both sides if you're going to be the #1 team in the nation.
And McRae gets her biggest jump there.
Titans definitely going to keep an extra eye out on her.
Sam Clark sticking to her guns, though. She's had a great outing behind the plate from a defensive perspective, and
As there's a soft little looper that will end up being an infield single.
Just over the outstretched arm of Mandy. It's a tough break there. The Bucs starting to get some of those bounces that a 33-3 team typically gets when you're riding a 22-game win streak.
Absolutely. And speaking of that 272 batting average, she's at the plate right now. Sitsuke Drivers. 2 home runs on the year to go along with 16 RBI, 11 walks, and 9 strikeouts.
Looks like the infield fly rule is going to be applied, and McCray will take a seat.
Interesting application of that rule, but I will not complain.
Nor will the Titans faithful here at the Titans softball complex. Drivers put an end to the bottom of the 5th with a throw out at second. She got Rachel Lamoureux as that was a check swing foul.
I'm not sure what just happened, but it looks like the inning is over.
Just like that. The Titans are going to be at the plate again. How about that?
And we will be right back after this quick break. Welcome back to this riveting softball game between Eastern Florida State and Florida Southwestern. It is still a 3-1 ball game. A little clarification about that last inning. The second out of the inning was, in fact, a runner interference over at second base, and the third one was the batter, or the stealer, in fact, leaving the bag a little bit too early. So now we know what happened those last 2 innings. Back on the circle is Bella Sarja, who started off this inning with a strike to Mackenzie Four.
And Four was unable to complete her last at bat in the bottom of the 5th as Lamoureux was thrown out at second to register the 3rd out of that inning. A great throw was made from her catcher's stance by Drivers. Still 3-1, so the Titans are still within striking distance. Really unable to get anything going since that first inning. But we know with one swing of the bat, Mackenzie Four can change that certainly.
As Ford takes a ball outside right there.
Come on, she's due. 2 strikeouts in her first at bat. She was down to her last strike in this one. See if she can make something happen.
And that one is called a ball just off of the plate. That one could have gone either way.
I think Sarge's infield wanted that one more than she did. But that was a definite close call by the home plate umpire. See if Mackenzie Four can have that one pay off. That one's right down the middle.
That'll bring the count to full at 3-2.
Sargent with such tremendous command.
Payoff pitch from Sarja. And it will be high and outside, so once again, the tying runner is going to step into the batter's box, and it will be Sam Clark.
Great at bat from Mackenzie Ford. You know, you could tell that she had an aggressive approach, but at the same time, she waited for her pitch and was able to get a couple of favorable spots there as she reaches base for the first time this afternoon. And now the one who is responsible for the Titans' lone run this afternoon, Ava Clark.
Sam Clark with that huge RBI single. It was her 15th RBI on the year. Pretty impressive for somebody that mainly just hits singles. This is a pitch, and it is squared down to bunt. The fling over to first base, and the out is required. So nice play over there at the hot corner, but the runner advances to second.
That is a textbook sack bunt there by Sam Clark. Able to get it to roll right down the left baseline. Pinch runner will be subbed in for Miss 4, and looks like that is number 25, Trinity Howard.
Would not be too surprised if they try to swipe third during this at-bat.
Yeah, Howard's got 12 steals on the year. She's only been caught stealing once, so I'd call that a decent success rate at the very least. And with Trinity in scoring position with no outs recorded, or excuse me, 1 out recorded, see if the Titans can get right back in this ball game.
Designated player Ava Bassani steps into the plate. That's a foul tip right there. It'll count as a strike.
Titans got 6 more outs to work with. Bassani struck out in her first appearance against Bell, but see if she can put that one in the gap. Nice field play.
Shanita Tucker corrals that pop-up for out number 2. And Faith Campos steps in.
Tell you what, these outfielders for the Bucs cover a lot of ground in a very short amount of time, so can't put that much under anything that's hit to the outfield. It's either a line drive or it's got to go out.
Campos with a wild swing on a high and outside pitch for strike number 1.
Speaking of speedy outfielders,
Bella Sarja, ever since that first at-bat of this inning, has been dealing once again. It seems like she's had a few at-bats in this game where she's been kind of out of the loop, but once she dials in, she is unhittable. As this one was popped on over to right field for the easy out, and the Titans do not score in this inning, get 1 runner, and the lead remains 3-1 for the Buccaneers. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back to the Titan Sports Network. Still got a 3-1 ball game in the first leg of this doubleheader. We're down to the final inning of first part of this Wednesday afternoon affair between the number 1 ranked Florida Southwestern Buccaneers and the Eastern Florida Titans. Mandy Hadnemi Taylor still hanging in there, taking her spot in the circle as delivers a strike over the plate.
It's been a borderline heroic performance for her, keeping this team in the game. I mean, this is the number 1 team in JUCO softball, and she has only given up 3 runs. That's something to be proud of.
CK Drivers watches that one go over the plate for a strike. Fouled off by Drivers.
There's a lot of power in Drivers' swing, you can tell. She's a freshman right now, but I have a feeling next year she's really going to take that next leap, and the power numbers are going to start to show. She has 2 bombs on the year, which is pretty good, but I think she has a little bit more potential.
Mandy Hadnemi Taylor going for her 14th complete game and as many appearances that she has started for these Titans as she records the first out. Drivers thrown out. And that will lead to number 13, Jaden Goodwin, stepping in for her first plate appearance of the afternoon. Let's see what the sophomore has for the Bucks. Goodwin fouls that one off. 0-1 is the count. As the Bucks are down to the final 2 outs of this 7th inning, so if they want to add any more insurance runs, now is the time to do it. But Mandy Hadnemi Taylor has had a great performance in the circle this afternoon to limit the damage, minus that home run by McCray.
She tried to pull a Bella Sarge on that last pitch, little cut action to the outside part of the plate, but it just didn't make it to the corner.
That one is framed perfectly by Sam Clark.
Clark has been putting on a clinic behind the dish. Frame after frame after frame. She's been a big reason why Mandy Hadnemi Taylor has been having such a great outing.
Also responsible for the 1 run that the Titans have in this game 1 of the doubleheader, as Goodwin is thrown out at first. 1-2 outs for the Titans, and Maddie Golka will step into the batter's box. Golka was able to get on base in her last plate appearance. Hadnemi Taylor delivers the first pitch, and that is sky to right. Under it is Stout, who records the 1-2-3 out inning for the Titans. And Eastern Florida State College will have one more crack at it in the first leg of this doubleheader. The score is still 3-1. We'll be right back for the bottom of the 7th here on the Titan Sports Network. welcome back to the Titans Sports Network. The Titans are down to their final 3 outs. Make that 2 final outs as Gracie Snell. First pitch swing is popped out to number 11, the shortstop, not Faith Campos. That would be Karis Platt, who records the first out of the bottom of the 7th, and in steps the pitcher, Mandy Hitnemi Taylor. See if she can cut this lead down to 2 with one swing in the bat, or at least get on base to allow her team a chance to tie this ball game up and potentially send in an extra, as the Titans will have one more go at these Florida Southwestern Buccaneers. As soon as this game finishes, we'll get back underway for game 2 of our doubleheader in about 15 and 20 minutes after the last out is recorded. Nemi Taylor sees a ball go over the outside part of the plate for a called strike.
Taylor has been the hero on the defensive end of the ball. Now it's time to become a hero on offense.
Unfortunately, she will have to try again next time as she goes down on strikes to Belle Sargent. Abigail Smith will take to the plate for her first plate appearance of the afternoon. Titans are down to their final out.
Smith's only had 14 at-bats this year, looking to have a big moment in this season.
The first baseman out of Bradenton, Florida. Watches the first pitch go low and away.
There's a real opportunity for Abigail Smith to make her lasting imprint on this program in this game. A win over the #1 team in the nation would be massive, and all they need at this point is a runner on and a shot.
1-1 is the count to Smith. Marissa Shout waiting in the wings on deck. Shout represents the tying run if Smith can get aboard, but there is 2 outs. And Bella Sarge has been in total command since letting up that first run in the first inning. Another strike called on the outside part of the plate. Final strike.
That pitch is so nasty that even though it is a strike, it ends up in the opposing batter's box because it just keeps on moving.
And Sarge delivers to Smith. That one just missed the outside part of the plate. Count is now even at 2-2. Abigail Smith staying in the pocket there in this pinch hit appearance. 3-1 ball game in favor of the #1 team in junior college softball, as Smith fouls that one off right into the glove of Street, and that will do it for the first leg of this doubleheader. The Florida Southwestern Buccaneers take it 3-1 over the home team, Eastern Florida State College. And Parker, we just saw domination from Bella Sarge from the second out recorded in the first inning on.
Absolutely. The Titans just struggled to get anything aboard after that first run was put across, and you can't really blame them. Sarja had everything going on, as she has all year, and we saw firsthand exactly why she came into this one with a .53 ERA.
We'll be back for a quick break. In about 15 to 20 minutes, we'll get the second leg of the doubleheader on the way. Coach for Eastern Florida State College informed me that Madison Langford may get the start for the Titans, but she was experiencing some illness early this morning and will be a game time decision, so we'll see how that sorts itself out. But once again, the Buccaneers of the Florida Southwestern State College squad gets the win to move their record to 34-3 and extend their win streak to 23. Will they extend it to 24? We'll be right back to find out here on the Titan Sports Network.
he's like only at the Kings.
Welcome into Titans Softball Complex in Melbourne, Florida. I'm Parker Josef, joined by my partner Austin Dillingham. We're here representing the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting at Full Sail University in partnership with Eastern Florida State College. Game one of this doubleheader resulted in a 3-1 Titan defeat. What can they do to shift the tide and steal a win from the number one ranked Buccaneers?
Well, it's about getting on top of this Florida Southwestern defense and getting at them early like they did in the first inning. We saw Sam Clark drive in an RBI single in that first inning, but from there, Belisarge just took over and stifled any sort of offensive output that this Titans lineup tried to put forward. It was a valiant effort by the Titans. You had Mandy Nightman Taylor giving a valiant effort in a complete game start that did result in a loss, but she definitely gave it her all in that first leg of the doubleheader. And here we are seeing Destiny Lake get the start. Nice snag there.
Beautiful play by Samantha Formosa for a flashy first out. As you said, Destiny Lake on the bump, making her first start since March 4th. Gets a quick out to begin the ball game. Lake on the season, she's thrown 30 2/3 innings, has a 4.79 ERA, and is 1-2 on the year. Stepping in is Carice Platt, the shortstop for the Buccaneers. Platt came into this doubleheader as the Buccaneers leader in games played, as there is a strike on the outside corner. Destiny Lake with a huge moment in this season, making her first start in 4 weeks, and it's against a very worthy opponent, as this one is bunted upwards for a foul ball or an easy out. They say it's a foul ball as it just deflected straight off of the plate. And the at-bat will continue.
It'll be interesting to see if Destiny is able to command her pitches like Mandy did in the first start for the Titans.
This one is hit right back up the mound off of the quad area, and that will be a single for Carice Platt. Luckily, Destiny Lake seems to be okay.
Well, that potentially could have knocked out any jitters that she had going into the start of the second leg of the doubleheader. The Titans were so close to eking out a win there and drawing even a handful of times in the latter innings of the first leg of that doubleheader, at multiple times where they had runners in scoring position, but couldn't get them past second base, leave 3 to 4 runners last game.
Absolutely, and a lot of that had to do with the dominant performance from Belisarge. I think they did a very good job on offense just trying to take pitch. Apologies for that. As I was saying, I think the Titans offense did a very good job just trying to find ways to get on base, but at the end of the day, they couldn't find enough offensive firepower to knock those runs in.
Speaking of offensive firepower, Sydney McCray digging in for her first plate appearance of the second leg of this doubleheader. She was the one who drove home that 2-run blast over the right field wall in the third inning of last game to provide those 2 insurance runs that turned out to be all that was needed for the Bucks to rattle off their 23rd consecutive win this season. Florida Southwestern Buccaneers coming into this doubleheader after the national polls came out for all junior college softball, the #1 ranked team in the country.
And that swing that you referred to earlier actually won them the game, and it was a beautiful swing as well. That ball got out of here in no time. She's looking to tack on another long ball to this day. delivery from Destiny Lake, and it is outside. Catcher Sam Clark making sure to keep a keen eye over at first base. Platt is no stranger to stealing bags, as that one is tapped foul out of play right on top of the dugout roof. McCray staying alive against Lake here.
Platt was the one who circled the bases with McCray as when she hit that home run.
A beautiful changeup right there to get her way out of front. And there's a strikeout for Destiny Lake, her 17th of the year.
Sydney McCray was not going to make the same type of contact with that one. Completely fooled on the off-speed change by Destiny. Fantastic pitch selection to a very dangerous hitter. She wins that battle.
As that one is chopped by Seatskate drivers over to the shortstop, and it's an easy throw from Gracie Snell over to Mackenzie Force. So, no runs allowed in the top of the first inning. The game remains scoreless. We'll be right back after the break. Welcome back to Titans Softball Complex here in Melbourne, Florida. We've got a softball game between the Eastern Florida State Titans and the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers here. It's a 0-0 game going into the bottom of the second. On the bump for the Buccaneers is Leah Chevrier, as there is a quick strike called on the leadoff hitter, Trinity Howard. Chevrier is hailing from Quebec, Canada. It's a far, long way from here.
A lot more sunshine, though, I reckon. Trinity Howard getting the start in the second leg of the doubleheader. Leader in hits for this Titans ball club. She gets on base like she has done so often in this early season to get the Titans underway. A similar script to what we saw in the first leg of the doubleheader, Parker.
Absolutely. Extends that hits lead on the team with a nice single up the middle. Hitting next is Rachel Lamoureux. She led off and played center last game. Trinity Howard coming back into the game, so she's moving over to right field and batting second.
And Ms. Lamoureux was the one who got on base for Sam Clark to deliver that RBI single in the first inning. Is she able to squeak that one in? She will not. McCray there. Didn't have to take too many steps to make that out.
Definitely a more aggressive approach thus far in the first two batters against Leah Chevrier. She's not as dominant as Belle Sarja, but still a 1.77 ERA, and she has 72 strikeouts in 67 innings. So that's a high-octane arm to match with the barrel misser of Belle Sarja.
And this is the hitter that I'm most interested to see in the second leg of the doubleheader, Parker. Mackenzie Ford had a outing that wasn't up to her standards against Belle Sarge. She was struck out twice and walked in her third plate appearance. The leader in home runs and RBIs for this Eastern Florida State College team. I know that she's looking to bounce back in a big way and hopefully strike first for her squad.
As there's a stolen base attempt, and she will slide in safely as the throw will be errant, and Shanita Tucker will pick up the garbage right there.
Trinity Howard kind of tried to dive in there awkwardly. She was almost trying to avoid the softball from hitting her.
She notches her 13th stolen base of this season, giving Mackenzie Ford even more potential to do some damage in this inning.
Yep, runners in scoring position were tough to come by in that 3-1 loss just a couple hours ago.
2-0 pitch, and that one is high and tight for ball 3. As we mentioned last game, Mackenzie Ford is the wide leader in walks for this ball club. She has 26 of them. Second place is Trinity Howard and Rachel Lamoureux with 8. But it will not be a walk yet, as there is a called strike for the first strike of the at-bat. Three-one count. Big rip, and she swings right through it to even the count up at 3-2.
Ford looks to me like she's leaning back on her swing, trying to increase the launch angle of a potential hit. Sees a little drive through and make contact, but goes down on strikes yet again.
That was just a nasty fastball right there. There's a reason Laya Chevrier racks up so many strikeouts, and it's mainly because of that pitch right there.
And she's really the perfect complement to an ace of the caliber of Belle Sarge, who is pitching for a lot of contact but is able to record so many outs. But then you have a starter the caliber of Chevre, who comes in and just looks to overpower hitters and tries to register a high strikeout total.
Sam Clark hits a ground ball over to the second baseman, and it is easily scooped up, and the play is made. So after one hit on the single by Trinity Howard, no runs will score, and the game remains 0-0. We'll be right back after this break.
Welcome back to the Titan Sports Network. Top of the second action between the Eastern Florida State College Titans and the #1 ranked in all of junior college softball, Florida Southwestern Buccaneers, running a 23-game win streak. That includes the first game of the doubleheader that they took at the hands of the home squad Titans by a score of 3-1. Jaden Goodwin, the sophomore out of Corner, Alabama, will get the action started here in the top of the second for the Bucks. Swing and a great fielding play is made for the first out of the inning. That's Courtney Stout on the stop.
Now batting number 89, Power
Much to the delight of Destiny Lake, who is getting the start, mainly because Madison Langford is suffering from an illness. She came down with that this morning and was unable to go. Was the planned on starter for the second leg of the doubleheader, but Destiny Lake gets her first start and first action since early March, and so far so good, I would say, Parker.
This is a fantastic opportunity. She's facing the #1 JUCO team in the nation, and she hasn't gotten that many starts this year, so if there's any time to show what you can do to your team, it's right now.
Laura Vina steps in, native of Turin, Italy. She watches the ball go by. Vina was able to record one hit in the first leg of the doubleheader. Swung on and missed there by Vina, who is down now in the count. 1-2.
Destiny Lake really fooling these batters with that changeup. She got a strikeout on it in the first inning and a terrible swing right there.
Yeah, comparing the styles, Lake to Adnemi Taylor, yin and yang approach here is Lake has thrown a lot of off-speed stuff in the first 2 innings, and we saw time after time again Adnemi Taylor just firing fastballs past the untimed bats of the majority of the Buccaneers lineup. Connected a couple times, did Florida Southwestern. Destiny Lake has them guessing so far, as Stout unable to field that one cleanly, and Vina is aboard. It'll be an error charged to Courtney Stout, who was able to make a great diving effort to record the first out, but unfortunately unable to secure that grounder.
You have to wonder if Vina's speed had an impact on the play. It may not seem so on face value, but with that speed rolling down, you know you have to make that transition quickly, and maybe she didn't secure that ball before she tried to get it into her right hand.
Can definitely see that, as Felina Pote is going to step up to the plate now, as she lines the ball down the left field line. That is fair. And Vina will advance to second. Runners on first and second, so the Bucks are cooking here in the top of the second with 1 out. Up to bat is now Ella Moore, who will see her first action of the doubleheader.
Ella Moore manning first base for the squad. Comes into this one hitting 182 on the year. It's a very rare batting average, below 200 on this team.
As Moore skies one over the center fielder's head, that's going to get down and produce a run, maybe 2. Vina is across the plate for the first run of the afternoon, second leg of the doubleheader for the Bucks.
That's Ella Moore's 5th double on the season. Pretty impressive considering that's only her 45th at-bat of the year.
It's just over the outstretched arms of Trinity Howard, who is out in center field. And up to bat will be Deani McKinley, freshman out of Bushnell, Florida. This is also her first action of the doubleheader, as she finds herself in a fortuitous spot. Still 1 out in the top of the second, 1 run already across for the Buccaneers to give them an early lead, and let's see what Miss McKinley can do.
She's another one of those dangerous speedsters on this team.
We're going to lay down a bunt, pulls back, smartly done, draws a ball. Both runners taking aggressive jumps there on Potential bunt attempt by McKinley, who puts it down again. Popped up and fielded cleanly by Sam Clark. Tremendous heads-up defense there by the Titans catcher to record the second out, and Destiny Lake has the opportunity to get her squad out of a jam.
That's just a huge pitch for Destiny Lake right there. Struggling to get outs in this inning. Getting a key pop-up right back to the catcher is really going to be beneficial to getting out of this. Now, a ground ball isn't an automatic out. Run.
Shanita Tucker will bloop that one over Campa's head, and 2 runs will score. Here comes Tucker into third, sliding safe. A 2 RBI triple with 2 outs. That is a clutch piece of hitting by Shanita Tucker, a sophomore out of Richmond, Texas, one of the most productive hitters in this ever so vaunted Buccaneers lineup.
Great job of just seeing the pitch outside of the plate and just going the other way with it, not trying to do anything fancy. Perfect piece of hitting right there. There's a reason she's hitting over 440 on the year.
Score is now 3-0 in favor of the #1 team in JUCOs. Karis Platt puts another one over into the right field, up to the right field fence. She'll be into third with a triple, scoring Tucker, and it's just like that, 4-0 in favor of Florida Southwestern.
Another triple. This time it's Platt's second of the year. It was also Tucker's second of the year. And suddenly Destiny Lake has found herself in some real trouble.
Yeah, Destiny Lake throwing a lot of off-speed stuff to this lineup. And in the first inning and through the first 2 batters of the second inning, it looked like she had this Buccaneers lineup pretty much fooled, but looks like the Bucs have caught up to the timing of Miss Lake's pitches, and they are taking full advantage, up to a 4-0 deficit early as Sydney McCrae fouls off a bunt attempt. 2 outs with a runner at third. That runner is Krista Platt, who was able to record the second consecutive triple for the Bucs. As McCrae digs back in. Here's the offering from Lake, inside for a ball.
Although 4 runs have already crossed, this is a huge out to get for Destiny Lake. That 5th run is usually the killer. It means you're out of Grand Slam range.
And that is skied to right. Is it going to get out of here? Off the wall. Sydney McCrae will score another run, and she is into third, the 3rd consecutive triple for the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers, who are rallying in the top of the 2nd with 2 outs.
Triple triples for the Buccaneers, and Destiny Lake is on the back foot.
It looks like that'll do it for Miss Lake. A valiant effort, a surprise start for her. She did well through the first inning and a third, but unfortunately the floodgates have been opened, much to the dismay of the Titans faithful here in the Titans softball complex. Florida Southwestern doing what it does, or doing what they have been doing so many times this season, getting out to early leads and just suffocating their opponents with tremendous defense and tremendous pitching to boat with their ever so potent offense.
Absolutely. This is just one of those teams where there is no holes in their game. You're going to have to play as well as possible to just get 1 win over a team like this.
And here is Madison Langford. She's going to get the relief appearance for Destiny Lake. Looks like she's going to be hopefully able to gut it out here despite the illness that she was feeling earlier this morning. Finds herself in a position where she only needs to record 1 out. There's still 2 outs in the 2nd, but 3 of the 5 runs that the Buccaneers have scored have been with 2 outs. And up to the plate will step number 21, Seasuke Drivers. CK Drivers, excuse me. As she watches the first pitch go across the plate, low and away for a ball.
Yeah, and I don't think the catcher, Sam Clark, agreed with that call. A little jawing back and forth with the umpire.
Just requires a little bit of explanation is all. That one is in there for a strike.
She likes that call more.
Madison Langford with a little off-speed action. Trying to get a pop-up. Keep it inside the infield. Both first and third playing in, and another hit is recorded. Drivers will be into second for a double, and another run across. That's Sydney McCrae, scoring the 6th run of the inning for the Buccaneers.
Now batting number 13, Jaden Goodwin.
This is just a perfect example of how an offense like the Titans can, or an offense like the Buccaneers can completely take over a game. I mean, 6 runs in a game like this feels almost insurmountable.
Florida Southwestern Buccaneers are a home run away from hitting the cycle in this inning. As Jaden Goodwin will take to the plate. We've officially batted around the order here in the second for the Buccaneers. Goodwin lines it right to Mackenzie Four, who makes a tremendous heads-up fielding play to record the 3rd and final out of the inning. But not before damage was done in the form of the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers scoring 6 runs to make the score 6-0. Headed into the bottom of the second. We'll be right back for more action here on the Titan Sports Network. Welcome back, bottom of the second. Ava Bassani will get the action started for the Eastern Florida State College Titans as they look to chip away to a 6-run advantage. As Leia Shreve fires that pitch across the plate, called strike. And you give any one of these Florida Southwestern pitchers a lead to work with. It is a tall task indeed for any lineup.
There's no doubt about that, but on the flip side, there is a little bit of brightness to look at if you are the Titans. Leah Chevrier has been dominant this year, but she struggled with the walk, so if she starts to lose command, that could be where you strike.
Chevrier delivers the ball on that pitch inside, a little bit too inside there.
Chevrier has 30 walks in just 67 1/3 innings, so clearly she's a little bit prone to letting people get on base via the walk.
As she is now 1 ball away from giving up a walk to Bassani. 3-1 is the count. To the first batter of the bottom of the second. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there from Chevrier.
It's just so hard to get to that rising fastball up and in, especially when it's coming underhand.
3-2 pitch is swung on and foul, just barely. Bassani might have had, probably definitely would have had extra bases there if that would have fallen. McCray was trailing, but Titans need to get something going. Need to seize a little bit of this momentum back if they are to stay in this ball game and look to split this doubleheader series, as it's popped up foul.
Sisuke Drivers would have had a shot of catching that if she just turned in the other direction. A little bit unlucky for her right there.
And that ball is foul again.
Bassani doing a great job staying in this count. Maybe trying to wear down Chevrier a little bit. That'd be the greatest chance of somehow mounting a comeback here.
Downey McKinley over at third, playing in with this full count. Fielded the ball just before it hooked over the bag to draw fair. And another fly ball into foul territory, and that one is caught. Sitka Drivers records the first out of the bottom half of the second. A great at-bat from Ava Bassani, but unfortunately ends in a pop-out to the catcher.
Something a little peculiar about that play that I just now noted, Seatskate Drivers keeping the helmet on for the pop-up. Not something you see pretty often from catchers.
Strike is delivered to Faith Campos. Her first at-bat of the second game. Faith was able to get on base in the first leg of our doubleheader with a single, but was left stranded on base at second. Swing and a miss. 0-2 is the count.
Faith also no stranger to the beanball. She's gotten hit 3 times this year. That leads the team.
Can't be afraid to wear one for your team, and Faith Campos is not afraid to do so. She just about wears another one. That's why you wear the protective headgear, folks.
I'd be afraid to wear that one. Good dodge right there.
Campos, 1-2 delivery from Shavra. Swung on and miss.
That pitch,
Shavra had Campos guessing on that one.
that pitch was absolutely disgusting. Just no shot of making contact with that pitch.
It's the balance of off-speed to sheer power that Leia Chevrier brings to the table. And just will have any lineup guessing as to what her next move will be. It's back Gracie Snell. She watches the first pitch go by for a ball. A little bit high and outside, says the home plate umpire. Snell digs in. See if she can get a little rally started here. Swung on and missed. 1-1 is the count.
Snell does have one of the higher walk averages on this team. Has a .340 on base percentage, so if anyone's going to take a walk, she'd be up amongst the list.
1-2 to the Titan shortstop. High and outside. Check swing. That is going to stay fair. McKinley throws it over to first for a 1-2-3 inning. Johnny McKinley looks like she didn't get any official word from the home plate umpire if that was going to be a fair or foul ball, but it looked fair to me. And considering both teams are headed to their dugouts to start up the third inning, a 1-2-3 out inning is registered by the Bucs to keep their lead at 6-0 here between the Titans and the Bucs on Titan Sports Network. We'll be right back for more doubleheader action.
Welcome back to Titan Sports Network. We're here in beautiful Melbourne, Florida for a matchup between the Eastern Florida State Titans and the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers. It is a 6-0 ball game as we head into the top of the third inning. Coming up to bat is Laura Vina, who rips one straight to the second baseman, who has some trouble corralling it, but zips it over to first for the easy out. Courtney Stout had a little trouble getting that ball, but once she got it, she got rid of it quick.
And if you recall, Park, it was the mishandled grounder from Courtney Stout from the bat of Laura Vina, who got that rally started for the Bucs in that second inning. So a better start to the third.
Absolutely, as Feline Pote steps in. Pote this year hitting .346 with a .426 on base as there's a strike called. .1-0 count, or 0-1 count, and that one is rolled behind Pote for ball number 2. Madison Langford in the circle, filling in for Destiny Lake, who pitched the first 2 innings of this ball game before being taken out.
She could have had some of that popcorn from the concession stand during break. It happens. It happens. Bounce back.
As there's a ball on that delivery, and there's a quick congregation near the circle.
Meeting of the minds, if you will.
Looks like the action's about to get right back picked up.
Outfield playing very deep for Pote, who has a strong bat and is looking to drive each and every ball that she sees to essentially add some insurance runs for the Buccaneers. Already up 6-0.
3-1 count for Pote here. Madison Langford trying to keep the Titans into this ball game.
That one is
That one is skied high into the air and caught out there at shortstop. Looked like that might cause some trouble, but Gracie Snell corrals that one in.
In awe of how high that one went.
Stepping in is Aaliyah Moore.
Now batting, number 26, Ella Moore.
She got the RBI party started in the second inning. Driving home 1 with a RBI double, Move in Pote at the time to third. Check swing.
1-0 count now to Ella Moore. Moore came into this one with just 8 hits on the year, but 4 of those hits were doubles.
Make that 5 out of 9.
And a called strike right there on the cutter on the outside part of the plate. Even count at 1-1. Langford checking her signs and delivering. And it is a strike. A couple of late strike calls right there on the outside corner. 2-1 count now. The stride, the pitch, and it's slapped over in left field for the single. Ella Moore makes it a 2-2 night.
How about Ella Moore? A tremendous offensive output in the early going of this game. 2 for 2, single and a double, and an RBI to her name.
Make that 5 doubles and 10 hits on the season now. As Deani McKinley steps in. McKinley making her first start of this doubleheader. As that's another strike called on the outside corner. Langford is really looking for that pitch early in the count.
Here's the first of those 3 consecutive triples we saw in the second inning. Not every day you see that. Very impressive.
1-0 to McKinley is in the dirt. Quickly corralled and launched back to the circle. Langford taking her time. Delivers, and it's high and inside. Dangerous pitch right there. And suddenly, McKinley finds herself firmly in the driver's seat. Langford again taking her time, delivering, and that one is launched over the plate, and they will get a runner advancement as Ella Moore. Quick thinking right there to advance to second base.
Thought that almost made contact with the knob of the bat. Johnny McKinley does well to avoid such things from happening and is able to get an extra base out of it for her teammate, Ella Moore.
McKinley now sitting in the 3-1 count. The pitch, and it is high again. 3 straight high pitches from Madison Langford, and McKinley will take her slow trot to first base. Shanita Tucker now enters the batter's box. Last at bat hit a triple, was a part of the triple onslaught that happened last inning. First pitch is chopped straight through the middle, and it will score a run. Tucker gets an RBI single, and once again, the Buccaneers offense is going strong.
I mean, they're just getting all the bounces going their way. You saw that chopper just going up and down through the over the circle, over the second base to free up space for a double for the speedy McKinley. Or excuse me, Shanita Tucker.
And now
who is now a single and home run away from the cycle.
Absolutely. Those are, a lot of people say those are the 2 easiest parts of the cycle if you're really slow, but she is not really slow at all. So
I wouldn't put her past getting inside the Parker. That's for sure.
As this one is ripped up the middle, that'll surely score 2 runs as Tucker is a very fast runner. and it is now a 9-0 game. Buccaneers have the lead.
I'll tell you, when it rains, it pours against this Florida Southwestern team. And the floodgates have been open these last 2 innings. Taking full advantage of their opportunities are the Buccaneers, getting runners in scoring position and promptly sending them home.
Langford looking to avoid that mercy area of 10 runs. Just one more, and this game might end earlier than anticipated.
So I've got 2 innings to work with for the Titans to try and mount a comeback. It's going to be a tall order against an outfit as talented as this one.
Cutter just outside. That was the pitch that was working earlier in this inning, but it seems like she hasn't been able to really hit that corner like she was earlier. Pitch to McCoy, and that one is skied straight to the center fielder, who will make the play, and the inning is finally retired. So 3 runs end up scoring. It's a 9-0 ball game now. We'll see you after the break. We are back here on Titan Sports Network for a JUCO softball game between your Eastern Florida State Titans and the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers. We're here at Titan Softball Complex here in Melbourne, Florida, where it's been all Buccaneers through the first 3.5 innings, or 4.5 innings. As that one is swung through and missed. 3.5 innings, my bad.
Titans got to get something going here. They are trying to avoid being at the mercy of the mercy rule. Down 10 zip or more going into the 5th.
Yes, and they're faced with the tough task of hitting Chevrier, who has been absolutely electric, and there's another strikeout notched for the young pitcher. Now batting for the Titans, it's Sam Formosa. Formosa's playing third base in this ballgame as the first pitch is swung through and missed for strike 1.
These Titans hitters are just guessing at this point. I don't know whether it's going to be off speed or whether it's going to be pure velocity from Chevra.
As that one is hit straight through the gap in the infield, and the Titans have a hit.
I knew they needed a good old-fashioned announcer curse to get on the base path.
Absolutely, Sam Formosa with a nice single through the third baseman and the shortstop, And suddenly we've got something going on offense with Trinity Howard up to hit.
Leading the team in hits.
Notching a hit earlier in this game.
So not bad batting average. So I think with that hit, she might be above 340 now. See what Howard can do to follow it up.
First pitch is called a strike on the outside corner. Howard kind of ambushed Chevrier last at bat. And here's another ambush as it's right off the lick of the glove. And the diving play will not be made over there at second base. So 2 quick hits for the Titans, and it seems like they're in business. Setting up to hit now is Rachel Lamoureux.
Now batting, number 33, Rachel Lamoureux.
Lamoureux recorded 3 hits in the first leg of this doubleheader. Unable to get aboard in the first at bat of this game. See if she can right the ship with a runner in scoring position.
As this one is popped over near shortstop, and it is settled under and caught for the second out of the inning. You know, Lamino got a little bit extra cardio before this game. She painted the batter's box pregame, so that's a dual threat player right there.
That it is.
Now batting, number 13, Mackenzie Ford.
Hitting now is Mackenzie Ford, playing first base in this game. Made a slick play to end the top of this inning.
Yeah, Ford's definitely been solid in the field. She comes up here with a big spot. 2 outs, 2 runners on, 1 in scoring position. She represents a run in Mackenzie that would cut this deficit down to 7. They got to chip away somehow, some way.
1-0 pitch, and it is swung under by Mackenzie Ford right there.
Yep, she's been under everything that she has seen so far today, trying to loft these pitches, and she's got to choke up on the bat and look to just make solid contact. Don't worry about the long ball. It'll come. Just got to start timing these pitches right.
1-1 count, the delivery, the swing, and she is under it again, tips it off the netting.
Mackenzie Ford's got that home run derby swing.
I don't think she's seen a pitch in the zone that she doesn't like. Lots of huge swings. One, 2 count to 4. And she takes the outside pitch right there, evening the count up to 2-2. Ford displaying some of that patience that she's known for. Even count, and another nice take right there for Mackenzie Ford. She struggled making contact, but she's been swinging at the right pitches all day long.
No doubt. Certainly working the count in all of her at-bats. Not going down without a fight as Mackenzie Ford. Runners on first and second, 2 outs.
Payoff pitch, and this one is skied to deep left field. Will it stay fair? It will, but it is caught out there by the left fielder, Sydney McRae. So the Titans still remain scoreless after getting 2 runners on in this inning. We'll be back after the break on Titan Sports Network.
Back for the top of the fourth, excuse me. Seatska Drivers drives off the first pitch of her third at bat. For a foul. Still in relief is Madison Langford. Trying to hold this lead to 10. That one is driven to right. Will it get down? It will. It'll hit the wall. And Drivers is into second for a double.
Seatska Drivers really drove that one. You know I had to make that pun at least once.
Absolutely. It was sitting on tee for you.
Probably the coolest softball name I've ever heard.
Without a doubt. Definitely plays. As Jaden Goodwin takes to the plate. Runner in scoring position and no outs for the Bucks. Fouled off by Goodwin. He's got to think with a lead like this and runners in scoring position, it's just green light city for this entire Buccaneers lineup. Langford's got to be careful with her pitches. Don't let anything hang over the middle of the plate because this team will make contact and make you pay.
Tries to paint that cutter for another time, but it hits the dirt before it can get over the plate.
Langford delivers to Goodwin. Outside for a called strike. Home plate umpire taking his time to get to those called strikes.
He's really been baiting us a little bit.
He really has. That one's the ball.
See, that's close to the pitch she's been looking for, that outside cutter. She just hasn't been able to place it either high enough or just a little bit inside enough to catch that outside blade.
Yeah, the pitchers in today's doubleheader have been waging war against the outside corners of the plate. That one, don't know how it was made contact with by Jaden Goodwin. She sent it screaming to the visitors' dugout.
Maybe the hardest hit ball of the game, and it was straight at her. Defensive swing right there.
All right. Bunt is shown. No outs. Pulled back, and Goodwin rifles it to short. Fielder's choice out. Drivers is in there to third, safe.
Might have been able to have a play, but the ball just excavated out of the glove over there at third base.
You know, that is the play that Gracie Snell has to make. Force out at first, but Drivers has just enough speed to beat out the cross diamond throw from 4. And with 1 out, Bucks are in business.
There's that cutter she's been looking for.
And here's Laura Vina, who saw that cutter go by. Vina takes the delivery and skies it to Snell, who's under it, and records the second out of the inning. So Langford, after giving up a hit in her first at-bat of the inning, gave up the hit to Drivers, but looking to limit the damage to 0 runs here in the 4th inning and hopefully keep the Titans in it. That one is lined foul. Just ekes down the third base line to the outside of it. Would have been extra bases potentially for Pote. Felina Pote steps into the batter's box.
Seems like everything Pote's seen today, she's been able to drive pull side a little bit early all day today.
Pote digs in again. And 2 outs. Elmore waiting on deck. And that one is going to get by home plate. Safe is Drivers. She scores on the wild pitch to increase the lead for the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers to 11-0.
That's a killer right there. Just when you think you're about to get out of the inning unscathed, a wild pitch.
Action going in the bullpen for the Buccaneers. We'll see if they make a change heading in to the 5th inning. Bottom of the 4th, excuse me. As Pote faces a 2-2 count. Now no runners on. Still 2 outs. Langford going to get out of the inning, delivers, and drive down the third baseline, foul.
Again, Pote just pulling everything that she sees.
A lot of off-speed stuff from Langford. Some degree keeps you guessing, but if you time it right, you can send it sailing. Here's Langford. Delivers. Pote drives one deep to center. It is gone. A solo bomb from Felina Pote makes this lead 12-0 in favor of the #1 team in junior college softball. The Florida Southwestern Buccaneers are asserting their dominance here in the second leg of this doubleheader.
That looked like a baseball home run. She hit that about 400 feet.
That was no doubter, my friend.
Right off the bat, you knew exactly where that one was going. I think that landed about 150 feet past the wall.
Yeah, no doubt. That one was creamed. And in steps Ella Moore. Got to follow up that act, but she's done pretty well for herself so far in the early going of this game. Double and a single. Driving in a couple runs as well. Getting the spot start here in the second leg at first base for the Buccaneers. See if she can add to the run party. As a full staff meeting will take place here. We saying a players only huddle down 12.
That's a great question.
It is, I think so.
I think the only thing you can say is you just got to keep playing.
Just got to keep playing,
Forget
man.
about the scoreboard. You're still playing a sport that you love. Go out there and play the sport that you love and forget that you're down 11 runs.
It's a beautiful day in Melbourne, Florida. Could be a whole lot worse.
Absolutely. It is beautiful, very
And
windy.
This team has beaten 23 straight teams.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even coming so close to beating them last game in a 3-1 deficit was enough to hang your hat on.
Mm-hmm. Call those foundational moments, and build off of that.
Absolutely. Playing teams like this is the best way to get better.
And credit to Madison Langford. I mean, she was battling, when I was told, a sickness, I mean, that kept her out of really starting this game. But in relief of Destiny Lake, who got the surprise start due to Langford's status going into the second leg of this doubleheader, she's still gutting it out there for her squad.
Like a young Michael Jordan.
Right? Flu game. I don't know if any pizza was consumed by Langford. That would bring into question whether it was the flu or not, but that's neither here nor there.
You could ask the same thing about Jordan.
Ella Moore facing a full count. 2 outs. Langford trying to get out of this inning. 12-0 inside, and Ella Moore, please take your base. That'll bring up Deani McKinley, freshman out of Bushnell, Florida. Look to get in on the action here. She's got a runner on first. And she asks for time. It's 11. 11-0. Pardon my score correction. McKinley looks at a ball in the dirt. The offering from Langford is still low. Count is now 2-0.
Langford having a tough time out there, just needs to get one more out. And then it's time to regroup in the bullpen, or not the bullpen, in the dugout, and try to make this game not end.
I'll tell you, with these runs and these rallies, that last out seems to always be the toughest, especially on the pitcher, as just let up all those runs, and now you see a couple balls get called where you think they maybe should have been strikes, and it all seems to pile up. Just got to take it one pitch at a time and rely upon your defense to get you there.
Absolutely. The best way to get out of a tough inning is to rely upon the people behind you. Well, that's the second best way behind striking everybody out. But.
That works just as well, some may argue. 2-2 count to McKinley. Foul. Real quick, we'll pause to thank Eastern Florida State College for giving myself and Parker this opportunity. We are students of the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting. Grateful to get the honor to call both women's softball and men's baseball and see a great team like Florida Southwestern State College is doing what they do. Just led them to a 34-3 record, 23-game win streak. And they got runners on first and second, threatening again here in the top of the fourth inning. 2 outs. Madison Langford in relief of Destiny Lake, who got the start for the Titans. Faces Shanita Tucker, who fouls her first pitch of the at-bat off. Got Ella Moore at first, Deani McKinley at Ella Moore at second, Deani McKinley at first, and Shanita Tucker watches a ball go by.
These Buccaneers really do not take an at-bat off. I mean,
No.
constant pressure. There is no easy out in this lineup.
And it's the most patient yet aggressive approach that I've really seen from a softball outfit. I mean, the consistency that they have at the plate 1 through 9 is remarkable to an extent.
Yeah, and you have to give a credit to Robert I. Murray, the head coach of this team, just instilling that discipline on these young girls.
And they made several substitutions throughout this doubleheader and still haven't missed a beat. I mean, look at Ella Moore. She's got on base every time she's been up to plate, up to bat. And Tucker screens one to Snell, who puts away the third out of the fourth, which will bring us to the bottom half of the inning. The score is 11-0 in favor of the visiting Florida Southwestern State College Buccaneers. We'll be right back. Will the Titans respond on the Titans Sports Network? Welcome back to the Titan Sports Network, bringing you junior college softball. It's a East versus Southwestern affair. Second leg of a doubleheader between the Titans and the Buccaneers, who are up 11-0. Here in the bottom of the fourth, Laya Chevra has gotten the start here and has been nothing short of dominant against this Titans lineup. Leading off the bottom half inning for the home Eastern Florida State College Titans is number 3, Marissa Schaub. Or excuse me, number 4, Sam Clark, who pops it into center, the first out of the half inning.
Yeah, whenever you catch Chevrier on a down outing, it's usually when she can't find her command, and it has been so good this evening.
Now, once again, my name is Austin Dillingham, alongside my broadcast partner, Parker Josef. It has been really a fireworks show here out of the Buccaneers in the second leg of this doubleheader, but it was a close, tight game in the first leg. Titans struck first in the first inning. They were met with a 2-run blast by Sydney McCray to build the lead for the Bucks 3-1. And that was our final in the third inning. After 7, it ends 3-1. From there, the Buccaneers have not looked back as they have put the pedal to the metal and are trying to finish this one off in 5 if they can keep the Titans scoreless.
Ever since that first run was scored by the Titans, if you count the last game, the Buccaneers have scored 14 unanswered runs.
That will lead to some victories. And that one is going to get down. Oh, it's a home run. The Titans strike back.
What a shot right there.
In the form of Abigail Smith. Delivers.
Abigail Smith, that's her second career hit and her first home run. So a little bit of a celebration for the Titans, even though this hasn't been a very celebratory game for them thus far.
What a time to do it. Abigail Smith. That one just looped right over the yellow top of that fence. And the Titans are on the board.
just like that, they just need one more run to continue this ball game.
Now batting number 15, Mandy Taylor.
And will the pitcher who started and completed last game for the Titans, Mandy Hetnemi Taylor, have anything to say about that as she steps in? Her first at bat.
She's really been the only pitcher for the Titans that have been able to contain this high-octane Buccaneers offense. Just 3 runs in 7 innings. Very, very impressive performance, especially if you look at the full scope of the events that happened tonight.
Offering is high and called a ball to Nemi Taylor from Leah Chevron. One out in the bottom of the 4th. And that is going to be a walk. Mandy Hetnemi Taylor, take your base. And the Titans may have something cooking here, folks.
And with that, it looks like we'll have a pitching change as the Titans have seen, or the Buccaneers have seen enough.
Yep, the call is being made by head coach Robert Lamery. It looks like he is going to go with number 42, Samantha Smith, the sophomore out of Snellville, Georgia.
Smith came in to pinch hit last game, and now she's coming in to relieve. Thus far on the season, she has 6 pitching appearances, 4 of them being starts. She's 2-0 with 20 innings pitched and a 3.44 earned run average.
Now pitching for Florida Southwestern, number 42, Samantha Smith.
And on deck will be Gracie Snell. Looks like she'll have the first crack at the new reliever after Mandy Hetnemi Taylor draws the walk to get aboard. But once again, Abigail Smith coming through with a monster shot to right field, able to get it up and over the wall. Her second hit of her career is a home run that comes against the number 1 rated junior college softball team in the country. Pretty good.
Pretty solid. I'd be talking about that one for a while.
Absolutely.
Now batting number 22, Gracie Snell.
The aforementioned Gracie Snell digs in. Let's see what she can do against the new reliever. Samantha Smith with the offering, and inside for a strike.
Smith proving herself to be kind of a super sub today, as she has all season.
The called strike by the home plate umpire. A little bit high outside, but painted that corner once again. 0-2 count as the umpire calls time. Here's a warning has been issued to Smith. Perhaps a potential balk situation. The ball was rewarded to Snell from the warning. 1-2 count. And that one is cut on and rolled foul.
You can't blame Smith. She's used to hitting. Has 24 games played as a hitter.
Reprogram the whole system.
Exactly. Only 8 games as a pitcher. That's 3 times the games as a hitter. Better get adjusted a little bit.
If Otani can do it.
Then nobody can.
Caught myself there at the end. Smith with the delivery. High for a ball. To bring the count even at 2-2 to number 22. Bucks will look to turn to if it's a grounder, and it is. It'll get down and be a fielder's choice. Karis Platt can only make the one play there. She made the right decision. Did well to hold on to that screaming grounder that was fiending for the gap. Second out recorded of the bottom of the 4th for the Bucks. But a runner is in scoring position for the Titans. Registered their first run off of the solo shot by Abigail Smith to start off this half inning. See if they can cut it to 10. Ball to Marissa Shout. Who's had some great fielding plays throughout this doubleheader. Not making too much noise at the plate, but she can definitely make some big noise here if she's able to drive in, head empty Taylor.
Shout with 10 RBI on the season thus far. I'm sure she'd love to hit 11 and extend her team's chances.
Shout waits on the delivery from Smith, and it is swung on and missed. Trying to time up that fastball. It's timing and location, though, has been giving these Titans hitters major problems here in the second leg of this doubleheader. A lot of variety out of this pitching staff as that ball goes wild, and it will allow Demi Taylor to advance to third. So that represents the run that'll cut the lead down to 10. Once again, in steps Marissa Shout, excuse me. And on deck, number 16, Samantha Formosa. Another high and outside pitch is delivered for a walk. Marissa Shout will take her base, and in steps Samantha Formosa.
More and more base runners just trying to get that one run to extend this game.
Yep, if Shout can score, then the Eastern Florida State College Titans will live to fight another inning. Cut on by Formosa. That should be a relatively clean play, and it is for the third out of the inning. Karis Platt delivers to Gabby Martin. That'll be our segue to the top of the 5th. We'll be right back for more action on the Titan Sports Network.
Welcome back into Titan Sports Network. We've got a great softball matchup between the Eastern Florida State Titans and the Florida Southwestern Buccaneers. It's 11-1 going into the top of the 5th inning, and the Titans just have one more inning to extend this game, or else it'll be a mercy rule. Still on the bump is pitcher Madison Langford. She struggled to get out of last inning, but toughed it out, and will start this inning.
Only allowed one run at the end of the day when it's all said and done for the 4th.
First pitch is swung on and missed by Cameron Cantu. Cantu is pinch hitting in this one. Second pitch is fouled straight back. Cantu is a freshman out of Hobbs, New Mexico. On the season, she's played in 8 games and has gone 2 for 8 in that span. O2 delivery from Madison Langford. And she strikes her out looking on a nasty breaking pitch right there. That's a huge first out, and she can breathe a sigh of relief.
And that's a great bounce back and confidence booster to Madison Langford, who, once again, we mentioned she's battling that illness. He's been kind of batted around the in the 2nd inning, giving up all those runs, but strikeout like that's a good confidence builder and can definitely lead to more positives as you round out the start here.
Stepping into hit now is Julia Boncora, another pinch hitter, and she rips that one straight to the shortstop, Gracie Snell, for the quick 2nd out.
Right place, right time.
2 straight pinch hitting appearances for the Buccaneers.
The Titans can go 1, 2, 3, or still record that 3rd out without allowing another run. It's in prime position to extend this game. A lot of good hitters due up.
Another pitch hitting opportunity here for Camille Graham. Graham is a sophomore out of Pembroke Pines, Florida. She also has a sister on the team, Kylie Graham. As this one is popped straight back and off of the netting right there.
Sam Clark just ran out of real estate.
Graham is 1 for 6 on the season, but she has 13 runs. She's a frequent pinch runner. Also has 2 stolen bases and a caught stolen base. The pitch, and it is called a strike on the outside corner.
Nice framework there by Sam Clark.
1-2 count to the sophomore.
Bump 2 strikes.
Bunt pullback and the whiff right there as she retires the side. 1-2-3. Very quick inning for Madison Langford. Very needed inning. And now the Titans get a chance to score a run and extend this ball game just one more inning at least. We'll be right back on Titan Sports Network. Welcome back to Titan Sports Network. I'm Parker Joseph, joined by my co-host Austin Dillingham, and we've got a new pitcher in this ball game. It's 11-1 Buccaneers, and Esme Ames comes in to make her sixth appearance of the year.
Ames, the one of three players out of the Netherlands the Buccaneers have recruited to play ball here.
First pitch is called a strike.
All three Dutch players in Pota, Ames, and Drivers. Very important contributors to this Buccaneers roster.
That pitch is squared away, foul. Ames is being given an opportunity to shut out this game for the Buccaneers. She's pitched 6 innings this year and has had serious command issues, 11 walks in just those 6 innings. But that is paired along with 8 strikeouts, so she also has some firepower.
Sporting a lovely red glove in the pitcher's circle. Esme Ames going brazy on him.
I think that's a pretty fair assessment, going brazy on them. I agree. Ames looking to go brazy for the first out here. 2-strike count.
We're having fun.
For the love of the game, man.
Right. The athletes express themselves, you know? Not so much this uniformity anymore. Love to see it.
Someone tell that to the New York Yankees. J.C. Boykin steps up to the plate. That one is slapped foul.
Boykin just got to get out in front of it a little bit more, and that'll be extra bases to have her squad in business, trying to extend this game.
Boykin, one of 2 players in this game that hail from Georgia. The other is Samantha Smith, who we saw pitch earlier in this ball game. Was hoping we get the Georgia v. Georgia matchup.
Go Dogs.
The pitch and another foul ball, staying alive. Boykin this season hitting .200, playing in 22 games thus far. Here's the pitch, and it is high for a ball. Esme Ames now at a 3-2 count against J.C. Boykin.
Boykin with a strong at bat here, sticking in the pocket.
Payoff pitch, and it's slapped the other way, but the play will be made over there at third base for the first out of the inning.
Good offense and better defense. It's been really the theme of this doubleheader when it comes to the Titans and the Buccaneers. Caitlin Eugenis getting her first action of the doubleheader, so giving everybody some reps here.
Eugenis out of Eureka, Illinois, as that first pitch is taken for a ball. Looking for her first hit as a member of the Titans. .1-0. And swung right through for strike one. Ames definitely doing a little bit better job of getting the ball in the zone than her previous outings.
You figure that the man or the woman who named Eureka, Illinois, came up with the thought of what to name the town, said Eureka out loud. Whoever heard it said that's the name and didn't bother to listen to the actual name that they had come up with.
I'm just not sure why they added the extra I at the end.
Trying to make it unique somehow.
That's true.
Add a little spice to it.
1-1 count here. And swung right through for strike 2. Eugenis having a little bit of trouble catching up with that heater.
Yeah, SMA Ames has been just pounding the strike zone with that fastball. She's got a lot of velocity. And she is putting it on display for the Buccaneers.
Speaking of that velo, absolutely painted heat on the outside corner. Not much Caitlin Eugenis could do about that, and that is strike number 3. So, down to their last out in this ball game.
Now batting number 14,
Catherine Liphart now hitting. Liphart coming out of Titusville, Florida. Making her second appearance in a Titans game. Second pitch of the at-bat, and it is fouled back. You can tell that that fastball is really giving the Titans hitters fits. That pitch is fouled straight back, and suddenly the Titans are down to their last strike. SMA Ames has really shown herself as a real weapon out of the pen. This is just her 6th appearance, but you can tell that that fastball plays in a big way.
Absolutely, and it's really the thing about these pitchers that rely on the fastball. As long as they got their command down, it's next to possible to hit.
Couldn't agree more, as another fastball sets down the batter right there, and that will be the game. So the Buccaneers end up winning this one 11-1. Not quite as close as the last matchup, but this is the #1 team of the nation. I don't think there's anything that the Titans should be ashamed of.
A valiant effort by the Eastern Florida State College Titans in both games, battling some adversity in terms of lineups and who was available, who wasn't, but they hung in there, stood their ground against the #1 rated junior college softball team in America, now riding a 24-game win streak. I'll tell you what, it is going to take a heroic effort from whichever team is going to interrupt that streak with these Buccaneers.
No doubt about it. This team looks absolutely special. Now riding 24 straight wins. Haven't lost in a month. I mean, I don't know what you can do to stop this true brute force of a team.
A lot to hang your heads high about if you are the Titans. A lot of good outputs from younger players who are not seeing as much playing time as they were at the beginning part of the season, but a lot of your stars holding their own, and once again, a great performance by Mandy Hetnemi-Taylor that we saw in the first leg of this doubleheader going a complete game. Resulted in a loss, but a valiant effort nonetheless.
Absolutely, extremely valiant effort. I'd like to thank Eastern Florida State I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened there. I'd like to thank the Eastern Florida State College for letting Austin and I call this game. Of course, we come from the Dan Patrick School of Sportscasting, so just the opportunity to come out here, see a couple of great softball teams, go out to a great stadium, and have a lot of fun.
Absolutely. What could be better than calling a lovely afternoon affair in sunny Melbourne, Florida? Just having fun calling play-by-play, What's better than that?
Absolutely. My name is Parker Josef. I was joined by Austin Dillingham. Thank you so much for tuning in to Titan Sports Network.